so alright. The Shadow of Rose. Okay, I have like the DLCs. What is this? The Mercenaries? Additional orders? Does anybody know what this is? Oh my god, is that Hovey? It's a nerd! it's a ginger, guys! Wait, is that offensive? If I say that, is that offensive? Hovey, please tell me. Is it? I don't know. Is that... Am I gonna get cancelled for saying that? But Hovey always makes that joke though! Am I... Is that offensive to say? No! Please, I take it back! Backseats, please? No!
I'll be raiding tonight.
No, I never said it. I was talking about the vegetable.
7 rounds already? I think I'm about
is it a vegetable? What is it? Is it?
Oh yeah, I think I buy that thing in the shop. I'll have 7. Nice.
Oh god. Damn. Hard art and everything. No, I never said it! Out of context! Out of context! I was talking about the food. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wait, what was happening? Jesus Christ. Wait, what was said? Nothing was said. Anyways, what is the Mercenaries? Can somebody please tell me what this is? Is it like another game, like DLC? It came with the DLCs. Hard art lover? No, loser. JK guys, JK. It was a joke. I kid, okay? JK. You will play as anyone and with any gun? Ah. Oh, Wilds is only 70? Only 70? That's a lot of chaos. $70 for a game is a lot. Like, even like GTA is not even that expensive. But I'm pretty sure GTA like 6 is probably gonna be like $70 too. And it's probably not gonna be that much different from GTA 5. Are you one of us? What do you mean one of us? What do you mean? So you compete with friends or a leaderboard when playing Mercenary? Ah, so it's multiplayer. Okay. For what I heard, Wilds. For Wilds though, it sounds worth. Yeah, I've seen like so many clips of it. It looks so fun. GTA is GTA though. I see. It's pretty great. Have you played Wilds? Is it good? Are you enjoying it? Wait, what is special? Oh, changed roses. Wait, this looks kind of badass. Okay, let's go with the original one. Dad's jacket. Ethan's jacket. Okay. Standard. Hopefully the volume is loud enough.
Hey, Kay. Sorry I'm late.
It's okay. I'm just enjoying the day.
You said you had something important to tell me? I hope it's
GTA
not
is
about
meh.
Chris wanting me to
I
join
actually
his
like
operation,
GTA.
'cause
I finished it like
I
3
already
times.
told him that's not happening. See what he puts you and the rest of his Hound Wolf squad
Just
through.
good to fuck around in? Ah, exactly.
It's not about that. It is.
Damn,
about
I remember
you.
being like 12
Me?
playing GTA 5
We're
online
worried
with
about you.
friends. And we go kill
How is,
hookers.
How are things at school?
Seriously? That's what you
Terrible.
wanted to talk to me about?
Is the mean girl still hassling you?
I mean, are they still treating me like
I
a
beat
freak?
Demon
Hey.
Slayer.
Uh-uh.
Hinokami Chronicles.
Look
The
at me.
game makes it
You are not a freak.
feel so much shorter. Really?
I
I don't know that game.
I know I am. That's why I keep my
Oh, by the
distance
way,
from
Shin, did you
creepy
consider
people.
Repo?
If they knew what I really
You know-
was,
Maybe.
So,
I have so many people asking me to play with
you
them
have
too.
any friends
Repo.
that you can talk to?
Talk
I'm listening.
to?
I'm listening.
About what? How I'm hardly even human? How I'm some kind of horrendous
Sympathize
monster?
with Rose. Sympathize with Rose.
Hey, it's okay. I hardly
dad's
ever
not
murder
dead,
my
though.
friends.
If there were a way to get rid of your powers.
I get rid of them in a heartbeat.
Ooh.
All right, well,
That's not what they
something
were
I need to
talking
show you.
about. I seen a video. Repo looks fun. Yeah, it looks really fun too. I think so
you
many
already
clips
know about
too.
Miranda.
My
and
sister
then
was
you
even
might see
asking
how
me
she
to play
researched it obsessively
Repo
and
with
performed
her today.
experiments on human
But I was like,
subjects.
I can't.
Like me.
I have a stream.
Exactly. What you don't know is that we recently found some of her research. Apparently, she discovered
We've been looking
a
playing Black Ops 1, a
crystal
veteran. Like,
that can
thank you for the
remove the
like,
mice from toast.
Crimson. Good luck, in your
Purifying
games.
crystal?
If we can get our hands
Get
on
some
one of these, we might
dubs.
be
Get
able
some
to
W.
weaken
Good
or
luck.
remove
Take
your
some
powers
strategy
entirely.
with you.
Are you kidding me?
No, but her notes are incomplete. However, I think I have an idea where we can find the rest of her research.
Let's do it. Let's find it. Where is it?
In there.
It's just that.
What?
That's a fragment of the megamycete. It absorbs and stores memories from
The
people
mega
who
mice.
pass away in close proximity, including Miranda, and everything she knows. If you enter its consciousness, you might be able to solve the mystery.
Boycott
purifying crystal.
Shen until
Wait,
she
what do you
plays
mean, enter
Sekiro.
its consciousness?
I
Okay,
guess I
so
started in a riot.
your deep connection will allow you to explore the information within.
That
Okay.
sounds crazy. You sound crazy.
Yes, yes,
Evelyn.
Rose, but
Evelyn.
not dangerous, right? Think of it just like walking through somebody else's memories.
You really think this can work?
I think it's worth trying.
As the great
What do you
Robo
have
Wolf
to use?
said, once said, Aufstand. Aufstand.
How do I even
Aufstand
do this?
is riot in German.
Shit,
In case
I
anybody
don't know.
doesn't know.
Try reaching out to it.
Now starting a
See
new
what
Twitter Twitter trend.
Okay.
Trend. They're gonna do number one. No.
Fine.
You think I'm that popular, guys?
What the hell?
Okay, Rose.
Oh my god, Rose is so weird.
Yeah, it's like she sees things that aren't there. Creepy.
Stay away from us,
Ugh,
you freak.
imagine wanting to be
Creepy.
Definitely
Ew,
not normal.
something just moved on her hand. What's wrong with her?
Shut up! It's like she sees things that aren't there.
freak.
Ew, something just moved on her hand.
Away. Definitely. Away. Just disgusting. Please just stop!
We can make you that popular. I don't know. What? I don't know. If I buy enough people, it could probably happen. if you bug, if you bug enough people, it could probably happen. I cannot read today,
Hey?
guys. I'll
Where
buy
are you?
boss to do it
Hey?
too. Ah. Sure, go ahead, do that.
Right.
Her eyes are so red. Wait, what happened to the guy? Did he just left right there? Okay. I'm looking around. WASD to walk. Okay. Miranda's research claimed that the megamycete preserves the memory of people who passed away within its area of influence, absorbing them into its own vast consciousness. We also know, based on our previous encounters with the mold, that people who are contaminated with the megamycete are connected in a kind of mold network. If we extrapolate, what these big words, from this, we can surmise that subjects with strong affinity to the megamycete should be able to use the network to connect to the memories of the dead within the mega mesite. It should be possible to verify the theory using the lab's mega mesite sample we collected 16 years ago. We just needed a suitable subject with proven connection to the mold. Meta my seat. Meta my seat. Mega my seat and meta my. Okay, you know what? I give up. Unfortunately, this presents a problem. Our organization policies prevent us from directly contacting civilians who are infected with the mutamycete mutation. Oh, mutamycete. Oh, mutamycete. Certainly, the ethical reasoning is understandable, but it has rendered the confirmation of this theory impossible. It pains me to think of how much mankind could stand to benefit from this preservation and indexing of human consciousness, the possibilities of preserving or even reclaiming great minds. Perhaps there's some way of cutting through the red tape. The red tape.
Wait. What?
Oh. Oh! Is she in the... Okay. It's supposed to be Mew, but people say meh because of the accent or how the words flow. Yeah. Well, it's okay to be wrong. I don't know how Mew become meh. Well, I was thinking like... Actually, I don't know. Meta? Muta? Mota? I was thinking like multiple. I don't know. Oh, are we in the... Is this the castle, the mansion? I'll be next if I'm not quick. I need to get the... Oh, the crystal. She can't run? Rose, you can't run, Rose? Agree, meta just flows better than muta for people, I guess. Yeah. Or maybe I'm just bad at I'm bad at reading. That's why I don't read, guys. If it has no pictures, I don't read. Okay, a schoolgirl shoe? Or loafer? Okay. Ew,
So
goof.
gross. What is this?
Somebody goon there. Shen failed English, I noticed. Okay, I did not fail the English, alright? I'm better at writing than I am speaking, okay?
Is someone there?
Dangerous here.
What is? Why? Hang tight. I'm gonna see if I can find a key.
Okay. I'll show yearbook too. No, don't dox me, mom. You know, I was looking at my yearbook earlier today too. Because I found my hoodie, my senior hoodie from like high school. It's like everybody's name on the back. Damn. The good bad times. The battle times. Can I go here? Do I have a map? Oh, so there's like nothing for me to grab, right? I'm just like exploring for now. Rose? What do you mean?
That's my name.
So, shit, what did you fail in? There's only one class that I failed. Alright, guys. And it was, public speaking. It was my speech class. Okay. Yeah. I hate speaking in public. To create art, simply add to the rabbit's carcasses. Decay is not an issue. Spruce them up with a little bit of makeup. It makes them seem more alive. Okay. Start to do the rabbits. Okay. That's fine. I hate doing scripted talking. Me too. Me too. Not gonna lie though, since I'm like a really good like professional yapper, I only like what is it? Passed the second time I took a speech class was because I was like yapping a whole lot. So I reached the deadline. Dude, once I get nervous, I skip a lot of stuff and I start speaking really fast. But then I speak really fast and then I go off topic and then I just yap. Ugh. Okay. What is that? Oh, it's just dripping. Okay. It's just dripping blood. Am I supposed to go here? No, this is a dead end. This? What is this? Wait, where did I go? Oh, I got the key, right? Was I supposed to go the other way? The other side of the hall?
Gross.
Oh, the door! The door we were looking at?
What was that?
This one, right? Cell key. Let me in!
What's this?
What is that long ass message, Mom? What is that long ass message? Hey, better than a friend of mine, we had to talk for 1 minute straight once. His topic was how to throw a party. He goes, you gotta invite people and make sure women are coming because otherwise you have a sausage party and you don't want that. Oh my goodness. 1 minute? What the heck?
Me.
1 minute is kind of short though. When I had to do my presentation, it was like 10 minutes each. God.
What's going on?
Imagine me having to talk for 10 minutes.
Let's keep moving. But
She looks so much better without the hat. Without the hat. What is she wearing though? Like a gown?
Wait up!
Come here, Rose. Or Evelyn? Come here, Eveline. Now I love the cap. Should I help her?
Help me lift.
I would love to approve messages, but I'm on the phone right now. That's okay, that's okay. I got it. I'm my own mod.
Hey, wait, where are you going?
Oh, is that her shoe that we saw in the cell? Looks the same. Wait, that's me! I mean, that's Rose!
there are
Not me.
more. And
Wait, another
just like
Rose?
me. Do you know what's happening here?
Oh my god, is this me side?
Hey, are you
that
listening to
one
me?
scene in me side. Shit, why are you following yourself?
Oh no!
I don't know. I'm crazy. Are you gonna start hitting yourself too? I would love to hit on myself. I need to find the handle quickly, deeper. Can I break this? Wait, what's just that stool there? Crouch. Handle. Can I open this? Lock on the other side. Okay. It's a game. Really, I liked it. I feel like Misai is actually pretty cool. Like there's so many like facts or factors to it that makes it like so unique. Oh my god, are those all me? All these dead rows.
So many bodies.
Uh-oh. Oh, what the heck? She's running!
Did that really? Oh god.
They dragged the game for too long? Well, I feel like it's not that long though. They should know so I'm not scared! I'm not scared! I think I'm a scaredy cat, huh? Okay. Go here. I'm a professional gamer. Oh my goodness! Am I gonna fight it? Am I gonna fight it? Oh my god! It's not, but for the premise of the game, it took too long. I see. I feel like it's great though. I feel like if the game is too short, it gets boring. Oh. Leave me alone, leave me alone. How do I get out? How do I? What does that do? Oh, it opens this.
Come on, come on!
No, 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 no. Why is it taking forever to open?
No way!
Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. There's so many weapons around you, Rose. Can she grab like something? You should have used the original skin. It looks way better. It's fine.
No! Stay back!
You have magic, Rose. You have magic. Okay. This is the alcohol room. Where do I get my legs? Oh, the door?
Gotta get out now!
This way. Okay. Where'd I go? Okay. Okay. But Ethan's jacket. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's this room. The room next to the mother, the mom's chamber. Her room. You okay,
What?
mother? Right?
What are you?
The lady Demis. I don't know how to say her name. All I remember was that she's the mom of the
What were
freaking
those
3
things?
daughters.
What is happening here?
I don't know how you pronounce her name.
How?
Mother
What
D.
is this?
Mother D.
Where
Lady D. Go while you can.
Not until I
Demetrius?
get this out of my
Demetrius?
body. There's a crystal here that will remove the mold.
Lady
I need to
Demetrius.
find it.
Demetrius?
And I'm not leaving until I do.
Too dangerous?
Who are you? My guardian angel?
Sure. What if...
Do you have a name? If you're an angel, then... Gabriel? Michael?
Michael.
Okay.
Oh, Mikhail.
What now?
Sorry, let me do it better. That was shitty. Dimitrisk. Move. Explore your surroundings. Can I save? Let's do 2 saves for now. Anything? Can I go there? Okay, I could go there. Can I go here? Oh, is that their body? Is that me? That is me.
These poor things.
Mikaderishan? Who's Michael, the one guiding you? I'm thinking... Okay, it's either my mother or my father. One of my parents. I'm assuming. One of them? Is the traitor here? Dear Mia. Oh yeah, Mia did make it out alive. I forgot. Okay. Okay, Mia did make it out alive. Then probably I totally forgot. Okay. It might be.
Looks like we caught another.
Okay, it's either Ethan or I'm gonna say like
Lively
Evelyn.
now, aren't
Okay, you know how Rose
You
is
should have put that
Rose,
effort into running.
and like
It
Evelyn
would
has her
have
very
made the
own like
chase that much more thrilling.
I guess memory, right?
Let me go! Let me go!
It would seem this little rabbit lacks the necessary fortitude.
Or is it Mother Miranda? I don't think it's Mother Miranda.
A pity. You had shown a little
Is
grit
he
and
evil
actually
now?
escaped. That purifying
The traitor?
crystal would now be yours.
The crystal.
Okay, why would you fall down? Why would you fall down?
Oh, now we have a new little rabbit to pursue. Let's
Could
see
be a fake
how
guidance.
fast this
You know,
one
you are right.
is.
But I'm assuming like everything
Hunter down!
in this world, quote unquote, is like opposite, right?
Gotta get out of here.
Escape the monsters! Escape the monsters! Wait, what's this? No, leave me alone! Where do I go? Can I go here? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Leave me alone, leave me alone! How do I escape?
Thank God. A way out.
This?
Shit! What now?
Where do I go? Where do I go? Need weapon? Gun? Is she gonna shoot? Oh my god!
Seriously?
Rose is gonna shoot people?
Where am I gonna get a gun?
What's my words?
What, like this?
Oh my god, it's so bright. Oh my god, is that Ethan's gun? Point and shoot. Point and shoot. Oh, why do you scream like that? Like all distorted. Okay, handgun ammo. Is this Ethan's gun? Let me. It is Lemmy. It is Ethan's gun. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, no. Let me walk back. Can I shoot that? How do I get rid of that? Do you not have a light on? I don't. I play in the dark. I play in the dark. Oh, scream like a Demogorgon.
They're gone.
Okay, I need a
This must be the crystal.
mask. 3 masks.
I guess I need to find these masks to unlock it.
Are they gonna be at the same place? Like last time when I found them? Oh, I can't come up here. Oh wait, can I? There has to be a way for me to like get rid of this, right? Or should it? No? You get rid of it by not wasting your ammo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh wait, can I save? Shoot the mask because they're faceless? I'm not gonna shoot the mask. Okay. Oh wait. What is this? I need a key. Okay. Or item to put there? Grant me the wish. Oh, I didn't even get to. What does it say? Grant me that which sees the truth through 3 eyes. Okay. Oh wait, that's a shotgun. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. I want that. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. Make you more blind. Okay, dead end. Okay. Are you gonna drop something for me? No? Nothing? Okay, Rose. Bolt cutters. Bolt cutters. Locked on the other side. Okay. Bolt cutters. Is there a room I haven't went? It has chains on it? Over here! Should help?
If you really want to help, you could back me up against those things. What? So, I'm on my own? Great.
Okay. That's it? You only giving me ammo? Okay. Wow, what do you mean wow? Shit is ungrateful? I mean, you know, 8 bullets. Couldn't give me more. Okay, herb. Only ammo? How dare? Ammo's ammo, bitch. But like, come on.
Core.
He has magical powers.
You mean that gross lumpy thing? How am I supposed to break it?
You can like complain in real life in a zombie apocalypse about getting
Powers?
Okay, you know
I
what?
literally came here to
if
get
there
rid
was
of
a zombie apocalypse, I would probably survive like, I don't know, a week. Okay? A week. And yes,
Hey,
I would complain about ammo.
Fine, but how? What am I supposed to do?
Need amplifier.
What's that?
Amplify her. Over there. She would complain the whole week about ammo. That's why she would die. Okay. I think I could survive a whole week and then I would die because of starvation. Probably. Alright. So welcome in and Big-chan, welcome. God, he's looking at my domain. Oh my god, don't look at it, please. God, my nose is so itchy. Oh god. Domain expansion? Shen confirming? She's a den creature? A den creature? What's a den creature? Bitch, this is zombie. Okay. But like, okay. If I'm alone though, you know? And this is zombie apocalypse, I don't even think I'm gonna leave my house, you know? I don't think I would. Should I go there? That door is locked, right? This door is locked. And then, okay. What does this say? I can use this thing to combat it. Okay. Chem fluid. Eat yourself, cannibalism. That's terrible. I would never eat human meat. That's so disturbing. Leave her alone! Leave her alone! I have 0 bullets. Oh no! You forgot she can be quiet though? To walk quietly past zombies? Like, what? Okay, I'm a coward. I feel like you guys forget about that. I'm a coward. Alright. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, that's on the other side. I can't get over there though. Oh God, I don't have ammo. I don't have ammo. I don't have ammo. I don't have ammo. Leave me alone. Get that? Huh? But you asked, I leave the house, find a good metal pipe, and bash a few zombie skulls. Alright, guys,
No
come
way
on.
I'm waiting for that.
But you asked, I just get infected, so I can infect others. Okay, that's terrible, Mom. You're sabotaging the team. He just wants to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. You know, you might be right. Oh. Okay, let's go, Rose. Alright. 100 more points, Shen? Is that a threat? Are you threatening me? Every time you tell me, it feels like a threat. I'm choosing the winning side. The winning side. Okay, so if you see a kid getting beat up by a group of other kids, you're gonna join the group of kids to beat up that one kid because it's the winning. It's the winning side. That's hilarious. Sacrifice. Other kind of expansion. That's the only domain I have. That's the only domain I have. Thank you for the head pass. What's this? Variants? I have to collect variants?
What am I supposed to do with this thing?
Insert to JoJo meme? Yes.
Focus?
I don't know the JoJo meme. I never finished JoJo. Well, I watched it, but I like fell asleep and like I just never finished it.
I feel different somehow. All right, let's see if this works.
It's on cord. Okay. That's different. The whole world's life is not in danger for that one kid. Alright. I guess so. If you say so, Mama. If you say so. I just turn back? Focus here. This is giving me like Beyond Two Souls powers. Okay. If the whole world's in danger, fuck it, contribute if one... I thought I was gonna die there. Fuck it, contribute if one soul is to help the one soul.
Can't get around it.
Would you help the one soul?
Need to get rid of it.
I probably wouldn't. I'll probably try my best to scare them off, but like... I don't know. I'm a small... Why is it not working? I'm a small lady, alright? Okay, and I don't want to get my ass beat by a bunch of little kids. That's just embarrassing. I'm using the force! Exactly! Exactly! Boy. Okay, I can go up here. That's a you problem? Thanks, buddy. Thanks. I don't know. I like minding my own business, alright? No, a little bit of bullying doesn't hurt. You know? I'm kidding! Okay, I'm kidding. Alright, guys. Always try to stop bullying. As best as you could. But I would never fight though. You know, I'm the kind of person who like like be friends with the person getting bullied. So that they're not alone. Where are you? Can I sneak kill them? Okay, no. Yeah, roll this side! Alright. Okay. But we bully you all the time? Are you telling us to stop? I mean, that's like fun bantering, you know? No, stop fighting, let bullies be bullies. Terrible! Oh my god, I don't have a gun! Oh my god, I don't have ammo. I don't have ammo. Can I leave? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm kind of like defensive. Defenseless. Okay. How do I escape? They're blocking the way. Can I go that way? This way? Oh fuck, it's blocked. Damn. Oh my god. Oof, I'm on the Kowloon mission. Time to walk on hot coals. And Legos and thumbtacks. Ouch. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Walking on Legos hurts so bad. Come here. Come over here. I lure you over here. Oh my god. Fuck. I didn't see that guy. Holy shit! My god! That scared me! Jesus Christ. Why are you still lipping?
What?
What the heck is that? A big guy? Hold on, can I make... I can make more ammo, right? Hold on. Or should I make... Okay. For now, ammo... Oh wait, I can make 2 of them. Okay, that's fine. Okay, buy a cattle prod and RPG like the video I sent. I seen that one. Then you will have defenses. Okay. Okay. What is this? Oh, photo of the mask. Is it down the back? Deep in the basement. Deep in the basement. Not gonna lie though, I've met a lot of like people who like they tell me they've never seen anybody like get bullied before in their entire life in school. And like, I don't know. It makes me feel like, really? Like, I've seen people get bullied before. Like, I'm still like really close friends to like the victims. Saying victim is so weird. Saying victim is so weird. Deep in the basement. Yeah, deep in the basement. Okay. I still need a key to here. I need a key here. And then... Okay. There you go. Rest? What do you mean rest? What's wrong? I don't know.
Everything.
They probably were the
None of
ones
this was
doing it then.
supposed to happen.
That's what I'm... That's why it feels like uncomfortable.
The reason I came here hasn't changed. I need that crystal.
Here? What is that? Med? Alright. I don't think I need it. Should I go to the kitchen? Was this door locked? This door was locked, right? Like on the other side? Should I go over here? Okay, let's go over there. Okay. I was bullied and I also did bullying. See, now that's terrible, Mom. You bullied other people when you were also bullied? Your side was not fun. See, yes, see. Like, let me in! Let me in! Gunpowder? What's this? Can this out here? Okay, I got the bronze mask. Do I need a key to open this? It has one eye. I do not recall a single thing. Not who I am, nor how I came to be. I know nothing. My memories are as broken as the face I hide behind this mask. All that remains is this feeling, this hunger to see others in pain. The despair in their eyes, the sounds of their screams. Who will be my next quarry? I have my minion to do my bidding. He has many faces, but no brains within those skulls. He is my best hound, and he will chase those rabbits down. Okay. Now I was bullied in elementary school. Bully someone in middle school. Then I say, "Fuck it, I don't want to. I don't want to know people in high school." Ah. I see. Oh my God. There's no eye here. I've never bullied anyone. Never. I mean, I didn't really bother to. I like being alone. I was such a loner, guys. I'm not even kidding. I was such a loner kid. Like, I didn't have a single best friend when I was like in elementary school, because I would become best friends with like the new kid, and then the next year that new kid leaves, and I don't have any more friends. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Hand-drawn map. The dining room. Modular key? Dining room? Wait, was it dining room? Am I tripping? Files. Wait, can I not look at it anymore? You know what? We're gonna keep going. Okay. Oh, puzzle. Puzzle? Puzzle. Because it was too much drama and people are hating on each other for no reason. I bullied someone how disrespected my crush. Oh, who disrespected my crush in middle school? And it was a friend too. Turns out he was bi and had a thing for me, so that's why. Okay, that's okay. Now that's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. The predators stand united, each staring down the prey. Okay, that's a bug. Sheep. Each staring down the prey. Can I take this? This has to go here for sure, right? Okay. Okay, victims here. Like sheep. And now I'm gonna put frog. And then spider. And I'm missing one more, right? One more painting. Huh. Kind of funny though? Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I found out in high school he liked me and went, wow, look. But to that, disrespect. Oh, but to disrespect the girl I like, that's a no-no? I see. I see. I've never bullied anyone. But if I did, I don't know how I would do it though. I remember when I was like 12, when I was like 11, there was this popular girl who was like, I think she was trying to bully me, I don't know. But she would like always comment under my post, like my social media post, calling me names. And I was just like, the fuck is wrong with you? And, like, I joke about it, but I think she was mad serious. But then like, me being the comedian I am, I never took it to heart. It was low-key funny. Okay, here we go. Is there an eye here? No? Oh. Like he was dating someone too and I didn't say anything about her. Fully respected them both. What the hell? those things chase me in here, but where is it? The monocular key was supposed to be here somewhere. It's not in this room though. It must be close by. How do I get out? Don't go, too weak. Fully expecting the balls and he does that to me? No, 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 no. You don't get to do that. Behind fireplace. How do I move it though? Oh. Okay. Chem fluid. Someone can point at Shen with a gun and say, "Give me your money," or I will shoot and she will last. You know what? I was thinking about that too, like the other day. I was like thinking about like fights and stuff, and I was like, damn, I really wish
It's like there are more.
someone would like fight me. I really wish someone would try to hit me, you know? Because I don't think I would like run away. Yeah, I'm the kind of person who'd be like, do it. do it. Fight me, do it. Stop, go away. Oh god. Anything. Isn't this the room where we killed one of the sisters? Alright. Get to leave. This too. White sage? Wait, what does that do? White sage. Okay. Be careful. Wait, I'm kind of scared now. No sense of self-preservation. Yeah. Do you see what Michael said on the wall as you were shooting it? It said focus on enemy. Ah. Okay. Where are you? Come here. Run back in. Down. Focus on enemy. Focus on enemy. There's so many of them. Oh!
I did that.
Freeze magic. Run, Rose, run. Oh my god. Okay. Am I out of bullets? Anything in here? Anything? Honey gun ammo. Key? As previously discussed, disrupting the auto-inducers within a mutamacete network can have a destabilizing effect on the mode. This effect can also be observed in being formed of mode rather than the cellular disintegration. Absurd. And how do you say this word right here? How do you say this word? Serosia? I don't know. Goodness gracious! However, this instead presents as a dramatic showing of movement, practically freezing the being in place. Okay. So it was just how to use our abilities. Okay. Skiotisha? Skio... What? Scroll? You know what? It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. I'm moving on. Big words, not for me. Not for me. This is why I draw. Okay. All right. You almost had it. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. You smuck. Okay. Okay. Do I have to get closer? Okay. Sclerotia. Sclerotia? It's basically just a typical term for fucked up spine anyways. Oh! Like scoliosis. Wait, did I go this way yet? I have, right? Yeah, I have. Oh. Haven't heard that since Grumpy Old Men. Yeah, everybody knows it here. Oh, did I have my term mixed up? Oh. Double check. Yeah, scoliosis is like it's like a crooked back. Are you losing the wrong? Is that? Yeah, your turn. Oh my goodness, chaos! No, please. God. Me big dumb. Me bunk with hammer. Oh no. NT, good try. This is it this one? Okay. Hammer? I don't have a hammer. But you know what? I was thinking like for my next like art stream, I really want to draw emotes, and one of the emotes is a bonk emote. I really want to make a bonk emote. I think it'll be fun. Okay, can't go there. Oh, it's a cell in fungus. Oh. Safe here. Tirid?
I'm fine, but what about you?
Oh, I'm
Is
10
that
points
why your
away.
Words are fading.
You know, you should totally
Try
like
not to overdo it then.
save it up for the scam. Yeah, definitely. You should definitely save it for the scam. You get something really special from it, you know? Yeah. It's totally not a scam. I mean, it's totally a scam. That's what it says. You should save it. The scam is 600 points. You know, you should redeem the scam. Yeah, you should. You should definitely redeem the scam. I thought my scam was a lot more. I didn't think it was less. Should I go? Oh, okay, I can't go here. Yeah, you get a badge in Discord. Yeah, the scam. If you redeem it, you get a special Discord badge. Okay. I've been here, right? Oh, this is the other side of the stairs. Okay. Where have I not gone? Oh, I got the key, right? I got the key. What am I doing?
Emotional damage.
Jesus Christ. 10.1 for scam. 10,690 for Damn, I should raise the price, huh? Save it. Okay. Save dining room. Stay safe. Wait, is the key for this?
But it's hard when I'm being hunted by a demented giant and his creepy minions.
What?
Yeah, I guess I can't fight them all.
Wait, is the key for this? Oh shit. Oh, I need something else. Something else. Where have I not gone yet? Kitchen? But it's locked on the other side. Over here? Courtroom? Need the tricolor key? Oh! Oh. Oh, I have the mono key, so it's only for one eye. Okay. Okay. Got it. I remember. Okay, I know this is a really bad idea, but it's 2 a.m. and I'm bored. And I'm gonna regret this so much. Okay, ready? Right. Astronauts passes on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. Nuzzle you naked, you wake it to the hee. Unzips your baggy as pencil, baby. You so musty. Take me home, penny, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me while my little baby tail for your woji. Kisses and lickies and neck. I hope daddy like these nuzzles and wuzzles with jazz. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please stop me. Pause on your boy just and I can't believe I did that! Jesus Christ! You know what? I recorded this at like 3 a.m. Okay? Damn. You know, that's what a can of Monster and no sleep does to you. Oh shit! I forgot to switch screens. It makes you like record cringe music. Whoa! Oh my god! This song is slaps. Oh my goodness. Terrible. Terrible. Welcome to the Gallery of Despair, a wondrous display of those few who succeeded in obtaining at least one mask. Set your sights upon those chosen few, whose final moments of despair are preserved forever in this gallery. Witness this in collection of the light. Witness in this collection the light of life from a different perspective. Okay.
That sick bastard.
Okay. Luiga? This song is a story might be telling about. So thank you for the clip, Mom. Jesus Christ. Jeez. Okay. I just clipped you getting bonked. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, is this different? Oh, okay. What's the story? Although I have just drowned, the arrows bite. Those Sting! They hanged me long ago, yet I feel everything. Wait, but still the worst. Not last nor first. The sharpened blade did ring. Okay. Wait, what was it? She drowned first? She drowned, arrows, hang. Sharp. Drowned, arrows, hanged. Okay. Wait, but I pushed this one and... No? Arrows? No? It came back out. This one? Huh? Am I not supposed to do this? Wait, it stayed. Okay, hold on. Let me reread it. Oh, get up. Oh, they hanged me long ago. Yet I feel everything. Although I had just drowned, the arrows bite do sting. But it's still the worst. Not last nor first. The sharpened blade did ring. Okay. Okay, so drown should be last, right? So it's hanging, and then drown is last. And then, okay. So either arrows. Oh no, okay, I think it's blade. Blade. And then arrows. Yeah. Blade, arrows. No! Is it not? Is arrows last? Okay. Hang. And then blade. Where's the blade? Is it a blade? How can you feel something if you drowned and died? I don't know. Okay. That's why I was gonna put drowned last. Okay, it says she just drowned, so that's the last thing she did, right? But I guess she drowned first, and then the arrows. Here you go. Alright. This is a puzzle. It's okay, I got this. I'm big brain. I'm smart, guys. I'm big brain. I'm a genius. But yeah, she just drowned and died, but she can feel the arrows while dead. As you should, lol. So arrows last. Alright. Handgun ammo. Anything here for me? No? Okay, Rose. Rose. I have 17 bullets. He doesn't see me, right? Can I freeze him? I could, right? Wait, do I have a flashlight? Why do I have a flashlight? Oh, get up, get up, get up! Freeze him, freeze him!
Don't do it, damn thing!
Oh, she's gonna run? No! Crawl! Crawl! Oh my god. Let me see. Okay, so I just gotta freeze him. Or like wait for him to turn around, right? And then do the eye, the little flower. Freeze him. And then leave. And then run. Turn around. Oh. Where is he? Is he just gonna standing? Watch him. Here's Johnny through the wall. Or Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. My goodness. The Kool-Aid Man. I need him to turn. I need him to walk the other way. Okay, okay, he's doing it, he's doing it. Okay, he's not gonna do it. Oh my god. Open up, please. He doesn't see me, right? Oh! Oh fuck. Okay, run, Rose, run, Rose, run, run, Rose, run. No, please. Every now and then I get a little bit tired. Okay, get away! Ah, oh god! Okay. God! Crouch. Okay. Oh my god, my gun! Oh my gun! Pipe bomb. And my gun! Oh my gun! Wow! Wow! No damage? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Time to teach this greedy little rabbit a lesson.
Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god, he did! He did Kool-Aid Man me! Oh my god! Get away! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Oh god! Oh no. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Oh god! Oh shit! Oh god! Oh shit! God. Oh no! Please don't die! Please don't die! Get away! Get away! Get away! Fuck! Jesus Christ! Fuck! I should have frozen there. What the heck? No, I can't get out. Oh god! Crouch! Oh my god! Jesus, Rose! Why are you so weak? Oh my god! Dementors for Harry Potter? So much for no damage. I know. Oh my goodness. You know what? At least I survived, you know? That's all that matters. Now I have the silver mask. And 0 bullets! 0 bullets! Oh, can't fluid? I just saw it. Oh, it's here. Can I make ammo? 8. 8. Skill issue. How did I fuck that up? Okay, can't go there. I read that as skill is a C. Skill a C. Guys, the skill a C. The mask? Yeah, what about the mask?
I got it, but just barely. This ugly brute turned up. No shit! I can't fight something like that. I'll take all the help I can get.
Oh, thanks. Can I... Let me use this one first. First aid med. I'm gonna save again. Just in case. Just in case. So why can't you just manifest the mask with the words? Like you did with the gun? That's what I'm saying. Unlock. Okay, now I could go to the room with the painting, right? Oh, why is it dark? Plot hole? Plot hole?
Persistent little rabbit, aren't you? But you
I'ma just...
cannot simply...
I'm gonna ignore you. Oh! Oh!
This guy again.
No? Which room was it? Which room was it? Was it this room? Oh god! Leave me alone! Which room was the room? Was the salon? Straight. Wait, it was not here, right? Where was it? It was upstairs. Wait, let me put this here. Silver mask. Masks are probably controlled by a different entity altogether. Ah. Thank you for the head pass. Because you don't have the lights on. Because I don't have the lights on. It's fine. It's the middle of the night. Is this the second part of the key?
To mess with me?
Oh, it's a triple key. Onto thee, the golden mask shall be granted. Granted. Okay. 3 mask. Okay, I can use it here. Should I go here first? Oh, I think I'm supposed to go there, right? Or should I go to the dining room first? Get the shotgun? Where's the dining room? Wait, where am I? Oh, it's downstairs. No, you asked why it's... Oh my god, I'm lost. You asked why it's dark, I gave you an IRL answer. Yeah. And I said this is the middle of the night. You don't like playing scary games when it's dark? That's what makes it more fun. Woohoo! Kowloon. Complete? Shen, your energy helped? My energy? Yeah, the synergy! Yeah, the synergy! I don't want to be colorblind again. What? Oh my god, what? Mom, can you write properly? I don't want to be... What? More blind than... Oh my god. Okay. This is scary. Hold on. If I go straight... The side is blocked, isn't it? The side is blocked? I could go to the right side. It connects. No, but it's over here though. Okay. No, take me back, take me back. Right. Okay. No. Take me back, please. Shall I wait it out a little bit? Oh my god. I have a lamp in my room for some dim light. Some dim light. You know what lights up my room? My monitor. That's my light, guys. This energy is real. It should be real. This energy is very real. Okay, take my pistol out. This is the piano room, right? Can I reach? Oh! How do I go over there? Okay, white sage. Chem fluid.
Is that the last mask?
How do I break that? I don't think I can reach it, can I? Please work! No? Am I not close enough? Hold on, let me explore then. Okay. This strategy makes me sleep. Too much caffeine that I crash. I love caffeine. I'm realizing like I cannot function without caffeine in my system. But further, I don't even have a ceiling light, so I can lose in my room. Oh my god. I mean, I have a ceiling light, but I barely even use it. Barely. I hate it. It's like those yellow lights, too. And I absolutely despise it. I hate yellowy rooms. I want it to be white light where it feels like I'm in a rubber room, you know? Okay, over here. How do I break these? Oh, I see it. Okay. Can I even reach it? This side? Is that the closest I could get? It's because I'm drinking and doing laundry? Fair, fair. Yeah, that's bad. It's called an addiction. When your body cannot operate on its own without an intake of substance. That's why I'm addicted to food and water. Okay, wow, I'm so addicted to water. I'm so healthy. Okay, buddy. Okay. I don't know where to go from here. Should I try going here? Hold on. Let me go back up. I feel like I'm not using my head enough. Okay. Go here. Over here. This door? Should I just go here? Oh! Wait, it connects? No, does it? Oh, it's this room! Okay. Go back here. To my house so I can fight you? Oh my god, you wanna fight me? Oh my god! Okay, no, I'm going back up. Okay. How do I feel like the salon. What am I missing here? I feel like I should find a way to get here, but this door is blocked from behind. Storage. Basement. Okay. Should I go to the basement? Now, how do I get to the basement? How do I get to the basement? You offered? That is true. That is true. Okay. You know what? We're gonna go all the way down. All the way down. Wait! Yeah, all the way down. All the way down. Outside. I gotta think. Okay. To the courtyard. We go over here. Right? This side brings me to the... Actually, I don't know. The basement? What? I'm so confused! No, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Okay, this side is closed. Why is that side closed? Okay. Nothing over here. Fuck. Move on away, move on away. Okay, this side is blocked. Okay. We go back to this. The main door. That's the only door open for me. Okay. Oh my god. I want to say something on his so badly, but when it's Women's Month, so I can't. Yeah. Behave yourself. Behave. Should I go to the salon? Let me go to the salon. When do I ever behave? When I stream? Only when I stream. Yeah. Hold on. Can I attach it to my gun? Okay. Let me. Wait, it's so tight to equip it. I thought I had it equipped already. Okay. Storage room. How do I get to the basement? Opera hall. The ladder here. Okay. To go back out. It's the only area I haven't went. I thought you I thought I had you equipped, but you're not on me too. Huh? That's weird, mama. Is that supposed to be a pickup line? Oh my god! Knock knock, guys, a knock knock. Knock knock. Oh, this door? I don't know why I tried to make it a pickup line. It was good, that was good. Go away, Anna. I'm saying I'm trying to do a pickup line. Knock knock. Who's there? Wendy. Alright, now you say. Now you say. Who there? No! I said Wendy! Wendy, like the name of Wendy, you know? Wendy's nuts? No! When do you think our next date is? Good one, right guys? Good one? Shen? Yeah, since so. How do I get over there? I need to get over there. Okay. Okay. I need to get over here. How do I get over there though? To take the ladder? No, that's the roof. Very good, thank you. Knock knock. Who's there? Also, welcome in JJ. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome. Hashtag JJ destroyed our ozone. Ozone layer. Welcome in JJ. How was your stream?
Everything all cool.
Hashtag boycott Shen until she plays Sekiro. Okay, guys. Okay. So thank you for the follow, Toxic Panda 9000 _. Welcome. JJ, welcome. How was your stream? Hello, Shinobi. Did you run into our dummy mommy yet? I did. I killed her like a couple streams ago. Right now, I'm playing the Rose DLC. Yeah, I'm doing the DLC right now. Yeah, killing dummy mommy was one of my best moments in life. You know, it changed my life. It made me see a whole new perspective of the Mega Macete. Welcome in, Alyssa. Welcome. Well, technically, he let Nappa destroy our ozone layer and put a massive crater on Earth. What? A massive crater on Earth. That sounds fun. We love chaos. She saw both Bingo Ball forms of our dummy mommy. I did, indeed, I did. Clip in, edit it, just... I killed it and sent it to F... No, you're gonna get me in trouble. My stream was fun as heck. Defeated a bunch of characters in Budokai Tenkaichi 2. It was totally awesome. Never destroyed the ozone. Alright. I'm gonna trust you, JJ. That sounds really fun though. Really fun. A throwback game. Such a throwback game. JJ be capping, he lost a lot. Trust. Real trust. I will trust you. Trust the streamer, guys. Trust the streamer. Okay. I think I'm supposed to go over here. Right? Take the... Actually, I don't know. It takes 5 bullets just to kill them. Don't trust JJ, he failed the game and the entire earth. Damn. Never trust JJ to save the earth. It's been a year. Shen hasn't played Sekiro yet. Okay, I will soon. I will soon. I know I promised, but I will soon. Stop calling me out, Alyssa. I always call out a streamer, guys. Always. Okay, this is where I came from, right? Oh. And this takes me up to the roof. You promised a year ago, Shin? Oh damn, has it really been a year? I don't know, I lost track. I'm sorry guys, I guess we just have to wait next year. What if the real Sekiro is the friends we made it? Damn, you know you're right, right? The real Sekiro was the friends we made all along. Let me out of your basement. Post the evidence? No, do not post the evidence. I refuse. You know what? I'm gonna give it a save here. I'm so lost. Okay, it says I'm missing something here. What am I missing? I'm missing something. What am I missing? Alyssa's a bully. JJ is forever trapped in my basement as punishment for destroying the ozone layer. Oh no. Oh no! You know what? Being in a basement doesn't seem that terrible, you know? You're... What is it? You're safe. You know, it's nice and dark and quiet. You know, there's no dangers. You know? At least you have shelter, you know? Food, water. Date to March 4th. You know, I think that's a lie. Are you sure that's true? I think that was forged. Okay, this is where I came from, right? The library. Oh, should I go downstairs then? I'm so lost. Okay. Oh, wrong way. Here you go. Oh, it's a teleporting labyrinth of a basement. Oh. Seems fun. Okay, but down here it takes me outside. Okay. Maybe I gotta try again. No? Oh wait, I didn't see this. Maybe I should just... Should I just fall? No, I can't even use it when I'm in it! Okay, get out, Rose, get out. Rose, get out! Rose, get out! Oh my god. She wouldn't get up. She wouldn't get up! It's not even my fault! Okay. You know, at least we get to see this, you know? It's fine. At least we get to see this. This is fine. It's okay. It's not fun, it's horrifying. Sounds fun because you get to move. If I tried to, all of Shen's gun pointed at me in her closet with fire. Okay, I don't have guns, okay? I don't have guns. Okay, we're here. Again. Actually, not that far. Hey, you can't get mad at me at the fact that you haven't even found the kitchen or the doorway out. Oof. Oof. Damn. She's calling you out, JJ. I guess I have things easier in the basement compared to you, mommy. Maybe Rose wanted to get a... No, you're right. You are right. Lights, what are the red dots and barrels pointing at my head? What are you... I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about, Mom? I don't... There's nothing pointing at you. Okay, there has to be a way for me to like get that, right? Has to be. By the way, is my job to call JJ out with no mercy? Damn. Even like, but what if JJ is like on his knees begging? Still no mercy? Oof. Okay, I can't see that from here. Terrible. I have to get closer. How do I get closer?
Is that the last mask?
Okay. Please, why won't you work? Oh my god. You're supposed to protect my feelings? Lying is a sin, Alyssa is a child of God. Like hell I am? Mummy is a priest, confirmed. Mummy the priest. Praise the mummy! Okay, I'm so lost. Okay, if I can't go here... That... Oh wait! But how do I get that? Wait, how many are there? There's one right there, one right there. Okay. I think I got it. Okay. I just gotta look up. There's 69 of them. You know, you're right. I didn't see this one. Okay. Oh my god. No. Go away. No! More bullets. There we go. Oh my god. So thank you for the head pass. Also thank you for the follow, Alyssa. Thank you. I'm out of bullets. Come on. You guys all dead?
There must be more cores in here.
Go up! Alyssa, go up! Ah, Alyssa, oh my god! Go up, Rose! Oh my goodness. Wrong name! I never knew it was a family name. Middle name dark, very dark. Oh, my strong hand. This is my strong hand. You're right. I gotta use my strong hand. This one. You have to shit, kill those zombies. I got this. I'm a crack gamer. Is that it? Can I go up more? Oh wait! Oh my god! Don't tell me I have to crawl the way up. Okay. All the way up. Where she is going? She don't need ammo. Don't boycott shit. Yeah, don't boycott me. See, JJ got my back. Wow. Like a true friend. Let me do this over really quick. I gotta make a run for it. Wait, I have a... No, I'm just gonna make a run for it. Okay. Hashtag boycott JJ. We're not friends with chats? Wow. I don't have friends here. Okay. Got the mask. I would, but I'm already committed to the boycotts. I'm sorry. Hashtag free Shen. Hashtag free Shen.
No.
Chat isn't friends, chat is family. Quotes and quotes. But shit, you are locked up? I might as well be. You guys are all holding me at gunpoint. Oh, now I am. Yeah, now I am. I'm in the cell. Hashtag free Shen.
Shall we prolong our fun a little longer? Oh, come now, don't pout.
No, you're holding me at gunpoint. No, you holding me at gunpoint.
So many sclerotia.
Except JJ be that one friend that just magically show up at your house and never. True. And he eats your food. Ask your own mom to make him snacks.
You'll be swallowed right up if you don't hurry.
How am I supposed to tell the difference?
Okay.
Whoopsie, you need a more discerning eye,
Stay calm.
my dear. Only 2 lollygagging.
Hey, what if I die here? Okay.
You're not even close.
Not even close.
My, look at the time. Just 90 seconds left.
90 seconds. 90 seconds.
It's not a good idea to take any chances.
I'm not. Lower the barrel. Lower the barrel. Okay, I didn't think she was still writing me stuff. Left. Barrel left. Lower the barrel left.
Only 1 minute
What
to
barrel?
go. To pick up the pace.
This barrel? How do I lower it though? Wait, how do I lower it? Right? Right?
Yes!
Okay. Next one.
30 seconds. Time's a wasting.
Deep shadow? Deep shadow? Deep shadow? Oh shit! I do not dynamite! Oh my god! Don't reload! Oh my god!
10 seconds. It was nice knowing you.
Still not done.
Oh my god! Wait! Shoot the barrel? I didn't have any ammo. I just found it. Shoot the barrel? I don't think I'm supposed to shoot the barrel. Am I? Follow my words? Hold on. Wait. Okay. I was low-key panicking. Shows a gun to herself, guns down, hands up, kicks door open, pants. What? Pants down, hands up? I mean. Oh my goodness. To be fair, I was ignoring him too. Yeah, I wasn't out reading. Okay, I will pay attention.
Where am I?
Rise and shine, little one. What a shame.
Let's skip this.
Time is running out, little one. Tick tock, tick tock.
There's a ammo here.
You'll be swallowed right
Maybe
up
this.
if you don't hurry.
How am I supposed to tell the difference?
Stay calm.
Whoopsie, you need a more discerning eye, my dear.
Okay, help me then.
Only 2 minutes left. No time for lollygagging.
Left. Lower the barrel. Lower the barrel. Right?
You're not even
Yes!
close.
Next one? Which one's the next one? Broken wall? Broken wall? Big core. Broken wall, big core. Oof.
90 seconds left.
Okay.
Still not done?
Deep shadow. Deep shadow.
Are you ready for the grand finale?
How do I leave? I can't leave. What? Deep shadow?
What?
What is deep shadow? Here? Up? This one?
Please be the last one. Thank God that's over.
Can I get a award? in jail cell. Where am I? Also, you in zombie jail? It's like waking up in the hospital. Where am I? You have an IV in your arm?
I guess this'll do.
Facts though. True, true. Okay. Reload, reload. What are you doing? Oh wait, I'm here! In the basement. Okay. Sprig of white. Sage. I love the name Sage. If I ever have a kid, I would probably name it Sage. Or like if I ever get another dog, I would probably name it Sage. Rusted scraps. Okay. JJ, you have a friend in the basement with you? Me? My goodness. As long as you don't name the saffron, of course. I won't name the saffron, I swear. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, okay. There's some. Oh, there's something here. Chem fluid. Gunpowder. Is that everything? Okay, I have 2 meds. Okay. I should be set. There we go. Swear on your freedom? Swear on my freedom. What do you mean by that? You go to horny jail if you do, monitored by Chaos and I? I swear, I swear. Okay, I swear. Oh, oh, I swear. I go on the right. Okay, dining room. Almost time.
Yeah.
Okay, the last mask.
I can finally get rid of these powers. But
name your first son Sack?
Lived with them for
Afron?
so long.
And some people could write his name as Saffron.
weird.
You know, that is
Go.
genius. That is such.
I
That's
know.
so genius. Not gonna lie, the name Sack Afron is not too bad, actually. Not too bad. Okay. Hold on, somebody's knocking on my door. BRB! Okay, I am here. I'm here. I'm here. Okay. What do I do now? Can I take it? If you name your kid Sack, I'm gonna call him Ball Sack regardless of the last name.
Well done, little one. You more than earned
Because
this
that's where they came from.
Almost looks
Okay,
like
now
the
that's
real
terrible.
Thing, doesn't it?
I must go name my kid Ben.
It's a replica, of course. Nothing
Yeah,
that
like the
valuable
name
could
shit
ever
is not shit.
manifest
Okay,
on
but
this.
am I gonna fight
Did you really
him?
think I'd give away something so precious?
He should be easy to fight, right?
I had to bait the trap with something.
No! No!
You guys know one time I tried to do an evil laugh. Like I was literally recording, rehearsing, practicing a, you know, evil laugh. But I can't do it. I can't do an evil laugh.
Now comes the real
Wow,
fun.
cancelled. Easy to
The
fight.
perfect place for
Yeah,
your
he looks
demise.
easy to fight.
Let the show begin.
Let the show begin.
I have to fight him.
Defeat the enemy?
Shit. It's even uglier now.
Okay.
Now that's entertainment.
Stop it! Oh my god! Am I gonna die? One hit?
Human life is so...
He choke slammed me! Holy crap. Okay.
I thought you'd be more of a fighter. Run.
No, I'm a coward.
Run,
Oh,
run,
I don't have
run.
any more, that's why. Okay. Thank you for the sound alerts. Okay, out of the way, out of the way. Stop chasing me.
I admire your tenacity. Futile, is it?
Are you dead? Oh god. Oh god.
Is he dead?
He dead?
Do it?
Well, look at you. So much feistier than those others.
No, is he gonna send more people?
This
Please.
is becoming tedious.
Oh my
Time
god.
to
Yes.
shake things up.
Yeah, yeah, come here. Yeah? Oh my god, is he back up? Oh my god. Get out, 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 get out. Okay. Break, please! Break, we're good! I'm still fighting him.
I do love to watch you little rabbits struggle.
Gotta find a way to do some real damage.
Goodness. Hold on, guys. Gotta do some real focusing here. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's crashing out! He's dead? She doesn't? She tried, we just make fun of her? I believe that.
Insipid fight I've ever seen.
You believe that?
Don't let her get away with that.
Fuck. Oh my god. That's so much on my health.
You call this a... No?
Take this. Variant 3 flask. Okay. Shotgun ammo. Rose. I can't shoot his pimple on his back.
Enough with the dilly-dally. Finish this!
Okay. Easy! Oh my god. Easy, easy.
Useless creature! Such a disappointment!
Alright. I would say the choke sign is him telling you no. He is in fact not dead. It was just bad timing, Lisa. Sure it was. Okay, I'm gonna go finish my YouTube video that is still 1 hour and 30 minutes long. Goodbye, Mom. Good luck. Have fun. Hope you enjoy your video. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets. Because I'm gonna learn. Bye-bye. I want to see my team 3-0, the other team. Good luck, good luck. Yep, stay safe and stay hydrated. Have a good stream. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the redeems.
Down there!
Yeah, make that back pimple explode. I sure did. That's not the end, is it? Is that the end? Am I in the village?
Where am I now?
Alright, clip roulette time now.
Stratum.
Stratum. Deeper you go, harder to escape.
I can talk like higher and like.
No! What the
I
heck?
don't
like,
want to leave.
Little anime girl, you know?
Not until I find that crystal.
What the heck is this
I'm tired
clip?
of being a freak. I want to have friends. I
Ooh,
want to live
This
a
is
normal
me
life.
giving fan service.
This curse. That terrifying
Stratum
crystal can
these
make that
nuts.
happen. Make me normal. And I'm not going back until I find it.
Stratum these nuts. Thank you for the hydrate.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so? All right then.
Alright. Find the purifying crystal. Here. Suck on these. Oh. I know where the crystal is.
What's this?
That's her favorite doll! I remember Rose's favorite toy. Or stuffed animal. Oh. Will you be my friend? No. No, please. Should I hit us a ooh? I don't know. Was that good? Fuck, I don't know. Why am I giving out oohs, guys? It's not like I practice every day. Let's play.
I swear I've seen
Not
these
bad.
monkeys before, but what the hell?
Always more passion. I can't. I need to be in a moment. It's the like in a moment thing. All right. Right. He was cute. Thank you. Thank you.
What's wrong?
Someone's trying to block me.
Okay.
Oh.
Something seems different.
Oh no. Welcome, Rose.
Okay, this is weird.
This was the mannequin house. The doll house. Okay. Oh, this one. The doll house. Welcome, Rose. A little creepy. Can I go here? No. Dear God, that was. Like you can talk to JJ, aka the guy that never oohs. JJ never oohs. You should definitely ooh. It's good for you. It's good for your health and your image. Because I'm not cute enough to pull it off, I'll just be sent to jail for trying. No. You never know unless you try. Haha. Huh? The first one kind of sound like the Uwu girl. How does the line go? I forgot how it went. I said it before, like the entire line. That sounds like a you problem, JJ.
You don't need that junk.
Exactly, a skill issue.
My stuff.
Am I gonna do surgery? Teddy needs an operation. Have you guys seen that one YouTube video of Teddy getting surgery? Wait, was it Mr. Monkey has a tummy ache? He might give you the crystal if you help him. Okay, how do I help him? How do I help him? I need scissors. Oh, the water's running. The water's running! Give him a pair of shoes right now! Oh. This door's open. Hold on, let me check the other side. There's another door over here. Wait, can I open? I can open this? Another teddy. Jimmy's room? Who the heck is Jimmy? Jimmy? Well, well, JJ, I guess it's time for you to get good. Get good. No, but I did see a robot chicken parody where the bear got violated. Ooh. You guys never seen that one Teddy video? Like, of Teddy getting surgery? You should watch it. It was pretty popular, like, back in the day. Like, if you've seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, it's kind of similar to that. Okay, this is kind of creepy. The eyes. Teddy? Surgery? The stuffed locker, the picture on the bookshelf, the desk covered in stuff. Locker, bookshelf, desk. Locker, bookshelf. Okay. Locker. This one? Oh, two? Bookshelf. Desk. Desk. This desk? This one? Bookshelf. This bookshelf? 44. Okay. 02, 44. Wait, it was locker, bookshelf, desk. By the way, Shay, have you played Journey to the Savage Planet? I have not. I have not. Wait, are you referring to the one with the organs inside the vision? Yes, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I seen the talking bear get brought back to life with some staples and a wish. Oh. No. I'm talking about the one with the yeah, the guts. Okay, 02 44. And then table, desk. This one, right? Can't see anything. Won't let me click anything. Oh! Under 66. Okay. Noise. Pair of scissors. Oh, we're gonna be scissoring. What broke? Okay.
What the hell?
Oh! Freaking hands! Shanna will send you a few commercials of the game. In the game? In the game? Like commercials in the game? I saw that one. I love that teddy bear surgery. It was so cute and a disturbing stroke. Yeah, right? I saw it when I was like a very little kid. I probably shouldn't have. Maybe that's the way I'm the way I am today. You know? Don't hug me, I'm scared. That video was really disturbing for me. Like, it traumatized me. More than like salad fingers. I don't think you guys know salad fingers.
You know how to play with dolls, don't you?
No. Oh.
Again? What now?
Dolls? Lucy? Okay. What's ironic about that, JJ, is how that's how I explain what a date with me is like, cute in a disturbing sort of way. I love that. Okay, this is Lucy. Dolls, okay. I remember salad fingers. Also, Foamy the squirrel. Foamy the squirrel. I don't think I remember Foamy the squirrel. I remember salad fingers because it was like really popular. And I hated it. I hate it whenever it comes up on my on my recommendation.
So you want me to play with dolls?
Lucy? Wait, did they grab Lucy again? Is there notes? We need to clean that gross mold off of her. Wait, who else do I need? Catherine. Okay, so I have Lucy. I need Catherine. Catherine? Catherine? Where can I find another doll? In Jimmy's room. In Jimmy's room? No? I need a key for Jimmy's room? Dude, I remember Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life. You know what I just realized? The guy in Shrek is Love, Shrek is Life is the guy from that one game. What is it? What was that one game? Is it Left 4 Dead? Yeah. Sounds like a date with you is a blast, and Alyssa. All the ladies must be lucky to date you. Exactly, right? Oh my god. It sounds fun. Fiona's Love, Fiona's Life. Fiona got nothing on Shrek. It says she knows martial arts and can cook. Was he? Yeah, he is. You guys seen the new was it the trailer for the new Shrek movie that everybody was like bashing about because they made all the characters like ugly. Like they made Shrek, like Shrek didn't look ugly, right? But like there's something like odd about him, about Shrek. We just can't figure it out. Not my Shrek. Yeah. Okay, how do I get Alyssa's doll? Okay, I can't go here. Need to clean that gross mold off her. Oh my god. Catherine's? Another doll? Catherine. God, she getting crucifix? Okay, Catherine. Oh wait! Wait, I didn't know I could go here.
Someone really went all out.
Okay. Looked puffer? Yeah. Somebody also mentioned that like his eyes are way too close to each other. They needed to be like far apart. And like I see it, you know? I see it. What if I leave? Can I leave? Power's out. Okay, let me save. To be fair, I don't know anyone who wanna go on a picnic day with me in the graveyard at midnight. You know, Alyssa, I would love to. Donkey looked like he got hooked on crack with that new trailer. Oh no. That's funny. Oh, we got Captain. Is that correct? Okay, if I take Catherine. Okay, that one has 3 dolls. If I bring this one over there, then I could take 3. Oh my god! Fuck. My fucking heart literally just jumped. Oh my god. This is scary. Oh my god. Oh my god. I fucking hate mannequins. I hate mannequins. Oh god. Please don't grab me. Oh my god. Is it gonna grab me? Mother? Oh god. Oh my goodness. Okay. Catherine. No, that's creepy.
Yeah, I get it. Fuck
Catherine Zeta Jones? I don't know who that is. Maybe a goth would love a date in the cemetery. I heard them. Or an emo. Seems fun. I would love to go on a picnic date. Well, she hit me up sometime, Station. You know, damn right I will. Wink, wink. Alright. No, but he did look a little more unhinged, Crimson. Yeah. I mean, everybody does. I'm pretty sure. Do something unexpected, grab them by their behinds. They never see it coming. Or do something unexpected. Oh. Are we playing ass slap now? I don't know. That's a game? I didn't know that was a game. I thought it was just called harassment. What was the point of me opening this? Nothing? now I'm in the sewers.
God, this is so creepy.
Oh no, something's gonna pop up, huh? Something's gonna pop up when I go up. Yup. The locker's... Oh, the locker's still there. I knew it! Mother!
No
Mother.
way.
I'm scared. I feel like if I turn around, she's gonna follow me. Oh my god. Whipping angels? Traumatized. Okay, 3 dolls. 3 dolls. I need 4 here. I could take this over here. What's that noise? Well, all the residents are evil, even your character? You know, that is true. That is true. I've never gotten any complaints when I play ass slap. Really? Oh, no, I think that's the wrong one. Is it? She's holding the present. Oh, he's holding? I think it's a boy. Right? This one. Lucy. And then this one. I hate mannequins. A black hair doll. I got everything here, right? Yeah. Okay, checking. Okay, nothing. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god! Jesus Christ, I hate that. I hate that. What the heck? Oh my god. Alright, Lucy! So many ass talking here. Oh wait, oh fuck. I still ain't took her. Okay, Lucy goes here. Oh no, are they burning her? This one? I feel like this one? Alright. Black hair doll. Autumn won't be hating me tonight.
Seriously.
Yeah, because we're talking about
you.
asses. In most cases, they complain till I do play ass slap. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. The breaker box key. But there's the game about slapping ass called Spanky. A little party game for a group of friends. Really? Actually? Spanky. Smack that on the floor. Smack that. Give me some more. You know?
Fine. I'll help you out. Just
Or you can auto mod the auto mod.
Mommy
Play
might
tag
be upset
ass
that
slap.
I'm helping you, though.
Who are you?
Take the elevator. The elevator. Something's gonna show up here, huh? Something's gonna block my way, and then I'm gonna have to run. And then... Is it? Is game over if they catch you? See, I knew it! 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 But look away! Look away! I knew it! Whipping angels! I knew it! Whipping angels? Okay. Is it actually whipping angels? Oh my god. No, it's actually whipping angels. Oh my god. Please. I knew it. 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 Is he gonna look at me? Scared. I was just talking about this with Kenny like the other day. Oh, not the other day, like literally earlier today in the morning. Okay. If the angels are whipping, then what are the devils doing? They're cheering. Laughing. Yeah, exactly. Lol, I knew about spanking. I always played it when I have 3 or more girls over. Oh my god. I'm scared. Where is it? Oh my god! Fuck! I'm so fucking scared. I hate this. Holy shit! I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Fuck. God, please. This is actually so fucking scary. Holy crap. Okay. Oh. I can't. I'm gonna die. Okay. You mount your friend? How do you mount your friends? Wait, is there more than one? Fuck, shit. Oh god, I don't know why I'm so scared. Hello, motherfucker. There's another one, huh? There's another one. Okay. Stop. Stop it right now. Where is it? Where was it? Was it in the storage room? The medicine room? Not there, right? Oh my god. Okay, Jesus Christ. It's not! Fuck. Okay. Mount the homies, JJ? The homies deserve a good mounting. It was sent these dice. Don't. Okay. Is that the only one? Don't you dare! Don't you dare, don't you dare. I can't see her! Okay, what if I like here? Okay. Chaos knows what's up. Uh-huh. 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 Where was it? Where was the fuse? Okay. Kitchen, bedroom. Kitchen, bedroom. Where am I? Kitchen? Bedroom, okay. Oh my god. I don't know, I'm so scared. Oh my god. Okay. god. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna need you to stay there, stay there. Stay there, stay. You're the only one, right? Ah! Oh my god! Oh fuck. Okay. I knew it. I don't know why I'm so scared. I knew there was gonna be two. Okay. Oh, by the way, Shen, you should follow Alyssa. I snooped around, said her. I snooped and her bio says stream at 3:50. 3:50? 3:50 a.m. Oh my god! I should also give you a follow. I didn't know you were also a streamer. I can't, I'm stuck. I'm stuck! Okay, that was not fair. She was blocking the doors. I couldn't get through. Okay, you know what? It's okay. And I tried to hide that so well. Followers? Ah! I like to snoop. Yeah, Chaos is a huge snooper. Lol, I'm a very rare succubus angel streamer. A succubus? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my god. I will give you a follow. Do you stream a lot? I barely stream. Okay, got this.
Jesus Christ!
Okay. I'm looking at both of you. Go on, go. Ah! Okay. 2. Go, 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 go. Ah! Oh yeah, fuck! No, 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 oh, fuck! Wait, this is so tough! Okay. Goodness. Woohoo! Let's go! Lol, I used to stream once a week, but took a 2 years hiatus from social media, then completely rebanned it and deleted all my VODs, and am planning on starting over. Oh, nice! It's always great to start over. It really is.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I also stream once a week. Usually it was just one day. I've been trying to stream more though, but it just never happens. Okay. Make a run for it, 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 make a run for it. Okay. And there's gonna be one at the door. One at the door. One at the door. I see you. One at the door. Okay. Oh my god. I need to get back to streaming more. Yeah, you should, Chaos. My debut comeback stream is gonna be 12 to 24 hours stream. Oh my god. Fun. Okay. Okay. How do I get back? I didn't go in here. Should I go in here? No, right? It's okay. Okay. Go straight. Straight. Wait, no. I have to go here. I have to. Okay. Medicine room. Okay, I went the wrong way. 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 Ah! Oh my god, I went the wrong way. Let me go. Uh-huh. Okay. Go up. Oh god, oh my god. Okay.
No, God!
Jesus
No,
Christ.
God, please, no!
Okay.
No! No! No!
Oh my god. Can't believe I made it.
I hope this thing work.
Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. I don't know, I'm usually just so tired when I get home from work. I want to sit back and relax. I didn't know you could get home from work.
You know where it is.
I gathered some friends.
I see. By the way, is anyone gonna comment on how... Oh, is anyone gonna comment on the I am legend moments in the game? I am legend.
What is going on here?
Okay, these dolls are way too big.
Poor little Rose.
Oh, am I just really small?
Waiting for you in the
Oh shit.
bedroom.
Please save. Let's play hide and seek. Can you make it all the way here without getting caught? Wait, we're still getting caught. I'm still getting chased. Oh my god, I'm playing Little Nightmares. Oh!
Think you can save them on your way here?
Shen is tiny confirmed. No. I'm 5'11". How am I gonna get caught? Oh.
I can't let them see me.
Oh shit! No! Why did you turn around? Okay. I don't have items.
I guess I should keep heading this way?
Why are you dying, Rose? Why are you dying? No, I'm gonna die here. Oh my god. 4'11". No. I'm 5'11". 5'11". Yeah, just barely tall enough to write. No, I'm 5'11". You forgot to add a one to that. Okay, I have to be safe here, right? For 11 G's, I can carry you in my pocket. Oh my bra. No. I'm 5'11". I have 5'11" energy. You know? Can I cross? What does that do it, anyways? No! I'm just gonna... What, dead? Even you have the energy, you don't got the build. Oh my goodness. Oh honey, I'm sorry, but I'm 6 foot. I can guarantee that you're not 5'11". Yeah, I'm 5'11". You know, believe it or not. I like to believe I am. Okay. 5'2" maybe? Damn. 5'2" is a compliment. Okay, Rose. Go on. Okay, she goes over there. What if I go there? Here. Follow the light. Okay. No, don't look here. No. Okay. No! Oh my god! No. Oh, so 4'8"? Oh yeah, I definitely carry you in my bra. No! 4'8" is way too long. I'm not that short, okay? I am not that short. No! Why would you fall there? Why would you fall there? Okay. No! I landed right in front of her! How is that fair? Okay. She just doesn't want to ride in your bra? Don't let her ride. No. I mean, yeah. I'm 4'11". Yeah, put me in there, please. Lol, I kinda got that hint, Chaos. No. That's not what I'm trying to say. No. I would love to be in your bra. No. Oh, okay. I'ma lock in. Gotta manipulate her somehow. You guys are terrible. Just gonna go there. Go. Okay. Safe. I'm just gonna run straight here. Hide here. Okay. No! Oh my god, why would you fall there? Guess I gotta walk carefully, right? Carefully. Okay. What does it even do? I don't know what this does. I'm so confused. I can't go there. That's like a dead end. I have to fall down, right? If I fall down, then where do I go? If I fall down. I came from there, right? No, wait, no, I came from here. I went here. What? Okay. My goodness. I just hope someone clips it saying, no, I want to be your bro and uploads it to YouTube. You know, I can actually clip that once VOD is up. Please do. Oh god. I mean, who would not? I would love to live in a bra. Okay.
You're so stubborn. Well, there's still plenty of friends waiting.
This is the right way, right? No? How much closer did I get?
Did you hear that?
No. No. You heard nothing. Okay. Oh, honey, you can live in my bra anytime. Just gotta remember the 3-hour work. Oh no.
I can't let them see me.
Honestly though, living in a bra seems a lot more like enjoyable than living in a panty. Does that make sense? Oh, what are they doing? What are they doing?
So many. If they
Okay.
see me, I'm toast. There's gotta be something I can do.
Giggity? Usually dry in the bra as well? Yeah, exactly, right? More comfort, you know? Cause it's like squishy, you know? Bouncy. It doesn't smell as bad, you know? Okay, how do I get past that? Oh.
Did you hear that? Get her.
Okay. I have to let you out? No? Especially since I don't wear panties. You don't wear panties? I thought wearing panties is like an essential thing. Like, I mean, I don't know actually. Since when? I mean, I don't know. I've always wear panties. I mean, compared to bras, I would rather not to wear a bra. Okay, how do I get that? Ooh, don't look at me, don't look at me. Okay, I don't reach. Do I have to get closer?
have to get past them.
I'm a futa. 10. Oh, Danes tend to get cramped in panties. Ah. Come on, Shane. You can just jam out with your clam out. Okay, that's that's the first time I've heard that line. That's crazy. That's crazy. Can I? Okay. She goes back and forth. That one goes around.
Hello?
That one also goes around in a circle. Okay. Turn around. Safe? Am I safe here? Oh my god. Hello, Shannon. Hello, Senso. Hello, Senso. How was your day, Senso? Okay, I go under there. We wait for this one to go past. That one too, that one too.
Found you.
No, you did not. No, you did not. Oh my god. I just woke up. Ooh. You just woke up. How was your sleep? How was your sleep? Fucking run! Why are you running like that? Okay. Now where do I go from? Oh, wait. Oh, where are they going? Where are they going? There? Where do I go from here? I leave? I can't dream about you. So nightmare. Damn. Guys, I might be going crazy or something, but I keep dreaming about Marvel Rivals. Am I insane? Am I insane? Oh my god. It's an issue now. Okay. I don't know where to go.
You know what happens to little girls who can't play nice,
No.
don't you? They get punished.
No way.
Addicted. I am addicted. You know, I lost like 10 games. I'm back to like plats, like below, on the bottom plateau. It's crazy. It's really bad. Really bad. What, this Little Nightmare at level? I know, that's what I said. That's what I said too. Like, I'm basically playing Little Nightmares. Well, it's 3:30 a.m. I gotta wake up and get ready for work in 3.5 hours. So I'm gonna go attempt to pass out. It's very lovely meeting y'all. Stay safe and hydrated, everyone. And Shan, maybe one day I'll carry you and my bro to a midnight graveyard picnic. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for joining the raid. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a good night. Rest well. 3 hours is all you need, you know? Have a good night. me show you. Lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Okay, I go here, I go here. Oh my god. Oh, same, I lost 8 in a row down to plateau. Oof, so bad. So bad. And it's not with me, okay? Like, I was getting MVP in my losing games. Terrible. Can you believe that? MVP as the support character? That's how you know the rest of your teammates are just bad. Okay, I'm gonna wait for it to go over there. No, go over there. Don't turn around, don't turn around. What if I just leave? Can I just leave? Okay. News? Oh, it's the loser's queue? I'm gonna DM you something that might help. Oh. I see. Okay. She goes back and forth. How about that one? That one's just there. Where do I go? I'm trapped here then. No! Am I dead? Okay, that's okay. I hate this. I hate this one. I hate this one more than the whipping angel ones.
You know what happens to little girls who can't play nice, don't you? They get punished.
She's gonna come here.
No way.
I could just run all the way to the door, can I? She comes here.
You.
No! Okay. Nah, okay. Okay. You know, that was an attempt. Oh my god. Imagine getting your head cracked by a nutcracker. That would be scary. Go here.
You know what happens to little girls who can't
Okay, I
play
hate
nice,
you instead.
don't you? They get
Damn, that puppet
punished.
looks mommy as fuck.
No
I think
way.
that's supposed to be my mom. 'Cause in village, you're supposed to do surgery, or like dress up a puppet who's supposed to be Mia, and Mia is our mother. Mia is mother. Okay. I'm good. Oh, I can freeze them? Can I freeze them? I killed her! Okay. Okay, stay here. Get your head cracked again, please. No. I am not trying to die here. Okay, she goes around. Can I go here?
I think the bedroom is just over there.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
You.
Yeah, you think you can hit me? Oh shit!
Where have you hidden yourself?
Okay. This goes there. Oh, let me look at my... Oh my god. No fan service in the street. Unfollowed. Literally Jurassic Park ending. I can give you fan service. You know? Uwu, uwu, uwu. Ada, ada, AOA, AOA. Okay. You not from you. Why not? Okay, bedroom. From the mommy doll?
No one likes Rose. Because she's a freak.
The puppet.
She has those crazy powers. Just like her dad. That's why she doesn't have any friends.
Shut up!
You know it's true. What is wrong with her? She's afraid. Look at her.
No.
Afraid of what she might turn into.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut
Oh
up!
my god. If I ever ask fan service for you, there's a shotgun with 2 bullets in my bathroom. I want you to take it and shoot me twice. Gladly, I would totally do it. Escape the dolls. This guy run? Holy crap. Run, 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 run.
So you're the girl without any friends. We want to play.
Can you run faster, Rose?
You should be nice to your friends.
I can't. How do I give it?
Rose is so disgusting.
Hurry up! Oh gosh.
Everyone hates Rose. Rose has no friends.
That would be fan service in the cell.
Shut up! Michael!
Michael! Oof. Ouch. Am I gonna go back to normal
Can't
size?
take much more of this. Why are they talking about my dad? I never even met him. No, I don't know.
Okay,
don't know the
Michael
first
is
thing about him.
definitely Ethan, right? Definitely
did.
Ethan.
All I know is he died protecting me. Sometimes I try to imagine what my life would have been like if he hadn't died. Would he have taught me to ride a bike?
Same girl,
Helped me with my
same.
homework? Read me a story every night? Would he have been there for me? Proud of me? Sometimes when I feel lost or afraid, I try to imagine what he might have said to me.
Why she trauma dumping suddenly? Because this is her trauma. Since so we're in her like trauma. I don't know, the megamosite memories.
Yeah,
Wait, is this the part where Mia dies? Is this the part where Mia dies? Oh, not Mia, but like Mother Miranda, aka
feels
Mia,
familiar.
got shot a
Like-
whole bunch.
I've been here before.
Oh my god, this is the house. This is the house.
Party?
Oh my goodness. Decorate the living room. Get wine. Rose's other present and study. one woman grow up. She's a kid. She's literally like 15.
So little. Hard to believe one day she'll be old enough to share a bottle of wine with her old man.
What's up
My dad doesn't love me. Big fucking deal. Her dad is dead. It says so. He's dead.
This must be my parents' house from when I was a baby. I bet other things also have my dad's memories.
She bangs her spoon every time I play this.
Yeah, she's
I wonder if she'll be
16.
a musician.
16.
I wonder if Dad played any instruments.
Skill issue.
She just cannot get enough of this stuff.
I bet Dad would feed me as soon as I started crying.
Getting kind of hungry now. Okay, wine. Oh. Take your time and look around. Oh, how about I not take my time? Wait, I didn't see this.
Rose is such a picky eater. All she ever wants is fruit puree.
I guess I've always loved fruit.
You know, I was obsessed with the applesauce when I was a kid. I don't know why. Like, I ate it all the time. And, like, I still ate it when I was, like, in elementary school, middle school. And I kind of stopped in, like, high school. But it was so good. Like, I love apples.
I'll take a look.
I resorted from eating applesauce to straight up just like apples. Don't forget to look upstairs. Okay. Shannon, if I was about to get shot, would you jump in front of me to take the bullet? No. I don't even do that for you in Marvel Rivals. You think I'll do that to you in real life? Lost in the sauce? It's under the sauce. Yeah. Ethan, don't forget, Rose's half birthday is on the 2nd. I'm going to half birthday? Half birthday? What the heck is a half birthday? What? What is a half birthday? Like she's half years old? Or is that like half of her birthday gift? Huh? Wait, I didn't know people actually do this. Good that the dad died. No, don't say that. Don't say that. That's crazy. I don't know. Mia is weird. 6 months though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Half birthday? Wow, my daughter is 24 months. Oh, you mean she's 2 years old? Should I look around more before I grab that? Mel would be a helicopter parent? You know, I could totally see that.
This is
definitely a helicopter parent. She's the kind of parent that will like make her kid not eat sugar.
Fast. Getting bigger every day.
This crib is
What's a helicopter parent? Like a strict parent, basically. A very strict
already
parent
growing out of
who
these
like
lenses?
watches over you, like a helicopter.
Tiny.
February 2nd is Rose's half birthday. Half a year in the blink of an eye. I wanted to capture this moment, these feelings, so I wrote something special. I may have gotten a big sappy though. I feel embarrassed if anyone stumbled across it, so it's safe in the sideboard for now. The key is behind my favorite photo. Favorite photo. Favorite photo. Oh, this?
I wonder if she'll look like me when she grows up.
Oh, I looked so happy.
A drawer key. Key for drawers. Yeah, basically keeps constant watch over you and everything you do. Yeah. Oh, cute baby. Yes, Rose.
A letter for me?
Happy half-birthday, Rose. My gift to you is a promise. I'll always be there for you.
Wow,
No
my
matter-
gift for you is a
I'll be
promise.
there every
Nah,
birthday
don't
to
give
watch
me
you blow
that.
out
Give
the
me a
candles.
gift. A
I'll be
physical
there, make you
gift.
breakfast, and walk you to school every day. I'll be there when you have a bad dream.
Why she got
and
old
sing to
grandma
you
hands?
until you fall back asleep. I'll hug you tight when you're
Because she has
troubled or worried, and tell
what
you
do you call that?
everything's gonna be all right. You
The
are my
mega
precious
mesite.
Rose.
Okay?
Never forget that.
Shut the fuck up and listen.
No one loves you.
Oh? No. It's her, Evelyn!
Michael! Michael, help! Michael!
Evelyn. You love ain't buy me a PS4, give me dollars? I would hate it.
Yes.
My present for you? It's my presents here.
Thing you're looking for?
I knew it! I knew it was Evelyn!
Isn't here.
Right? It was Evelyn all along?
So, you don't have the purifying crystal? Of
The
course.
face that I'm here is the present in itself.
For that, you'll have to go deeper. Much deeper. Poor Rose. She can't trust anyone.
Why are you doing this?
I didn't even get to look at the presents.
No one loves you. And when you're dead, no one will care.
Okay, this is like children are evil, guys.
Enough games. Now
Escape the house.
you'll drown.
Escape the house.
I need to get out of this house.
I
Oh.
came first.
Escape the house. Yeah, it was Evelyn
Does
first.
she only want you?
What are you talking about?
Oh my god, that is true. That is true. How do I leave? How do I leave? How do I leave? How do I leave? Reminds me of Children of the Corn. What is Children of the Corn? I love the VA of Evelyn. Yeah, she's evil. Evil little girl.
Enough games. Now.
But you know what? I
Drown.
understand why they will.
I came
angry.
first.
Oh, why Evelyn would be angry? You know? They basically pretended to be her
Does she only
parents
want you?
for science,
What are you talking about?
and then they have an actual kid. Basically threw Evelyn away. Terrible. How do I leave? How do I leave? Okay. How do I leave from here? Bro, the Cabbage Patch Kid grew up and gained powers? Huh? Children of the Corn was an old horror movie about a bunch of kids out on the sticks that worship the devil, and and murder all the adults in town. Oh, did you try the door once the thing goes away? Okay, once the thing goes away, it starts like gooning,
Enough
and I could
games.
barely move.
Now you're
Maybe I gotta try different routes.
Came first.
First?
Yeah, right? No? There has to be another door somewhere. No?
Why does she only want you?
Okay, the doors are here.
What are you talking about?
The doors are here. It's gooning. It's gooning. Don't goon, please. How do I de-goon? Okay, what? Okay, there has to be another way. There has to be another way, right? Or am I just too slow? You just push through the door?
Enough games.
Am I just too slow?
Now
You'll drown. I came first. First?
Further away? Further away.
Why does she only want you? What are you talking about?
Let me in, let me in, let me out. It won't disappear, let me in. And go, Rose, walk. She won't walk, she won't move. She won't move. What? Why won't you move? Why won't you move? Why won't you move? Jesus Christ.
Enough games.
Is there another way, right? I'm thinking.
We need to get out of this house. I came first.
Okay, there's this thing here. Goes there. That did run back? What if I run back?
Why does she only want you? What are you talking
run back?
about?
Look at you!
Oh wait, I do run back!
Beyond! Worthless! Seriously, what is your problem?
What is your problem? Where did I go? No, I can't go there, I can't go there, I can't go there! Here! Fucking run, Rose! Run!
Justice. So greedy.
Oh my god, are they gonna kill me? Okay.
So many friends and it's never enough!
Oh my god.
Where do you think you're? Oh look! Your families! Enough of this shit!
Please.
Die! Die!
Okay. No, don't come here.
Shouldn't chance. They were supposed to die and join me here. Let's go.
She's a little girl, just kick her. Oh wait, so she wasn't Michael? Okay, my theory that Michael is Ethan is still true. Okay.
Michael! Good, you made it out.
Be careful. We're not safe yet. Evelyn's causing this?
That little girl?
Ethan! It's definitely Ethan, right? It's definitely Ethan. Also, welcome, man, Montreal. Welcome. How are you? How's your day? Also, thank you for the bonk. We still can't get out. Okay. Go fast. Use your powers on her. Power. I can help once she's weak. Fight Evelyn. I have to fight Evelyn. Okay. I can't pick it up. Okay, first aid. Don't panic. Don't panic. You got this? Where do I go? Wait. In here?
You will never leave! Never!
We're gonna die, holy crap. This way?
I have been such a good girl!
Yeah, right! Okay, ouch. Okay.
Died, we were supposed to be a family!
Wait, how do I suppress the powers?
You get completely obsessed with stupid
I'm literally dying here! Wait, what? Wait! Is that not how I'm supposed to lose it? The other enemies? There's other enemies? Sorry, I have tunnel vision. I only see her. There's an index and middle knuckles to get her nose. What? I got your nose.
Never! Never!
What? Okay. How do I suppress it?
I have been such a good girl!
What the heck? Okay. This way. This way?
Died. We were supposed to be a family.
Oh my god. Use your powers? Oh, now lose my powers?
Completely obsessed with
What?
stupid old Rose.
Did I get hurt? Ah, to wait for her to get tired. Okay. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?
If you'd never been born, it would have been.
Oh,
perfect.
okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. Let her lose her energy.
This is stupid.
Ah, okay, okay.
You'll die here.
Where's she? Watch your step. Yeah, I got it. I got it.
I was special.
Okay.
Go
Where are you?
away. You're worthless.
Oh. Ouch. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Okay, ma'am.
You're worthless.
Right
Nothing.
here.
A freak with no friends.
What do you mean I have you? What? She disappeared.
No escape.
Okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna die.
You're nothing. No. Stop.
Did I kill her?
I can't believe how useless I am.
Oh.
No wonder no one loves me.
Shendu's in the force to choke a kid and she studied on him panicking. Oh my goodness. Anakin? Anakin? Skywalker?
And I will never let you have.
It's kind of sad though, cause all Evelyn wanted was a family. Ethan?
Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
I low-key want to see Chris. Does that make sense? Like, what if like at the end of this, I see like Chris? That would make my day. Your theory has been confirmed. It was a little obvious though, you know? A little obvious. Oh, I'm back at the village.
Michael?
The village. I'm back at the village.
Rose, look out!
He saved me. But he didn't make it. That voice. My dad's voice. Is Michael my dad?
Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
Because of him, I can keep going. I have to find that crystal.
I have to find that crystal. This DLC is a lot longer than I expected.
I'm on my own, but I have to keep going.
Anything here? No? Alright. Oh! Typewriter! Thank you, thank you. Wait, where do I go now? Here? Three eyes?
What's all this doing out here?
Handgun ammo? Okay. Oh, am I going to that one house? Oh no, wait, not the house. Am I?
Where the hell am I? What is this place?
Head for the giant core. Okay. Giant core, giant core. What? Who's that? Is that me? What's this? First aid?
They're all just like in the castle.
Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit!
I'm even stronger than before.
I can't move! The body's in the way! You know what? I'm just gonna run away. Okay, handgun ammo. Anything here? No? Shotgun ammo. Two, three. Oh, wait, they die so easily. Huh, let me loot, let me loot, let me loot. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you.
I don't have time for this!
I don't have time for this! Did they kill them? Did they kill all of them? Oh my god! That killed you! Okay, noise, noise. Oh my god, this was where Chris was at.
I need to find that crystal.
Right? And then my game crashed. It was this place. Oh my god. Search the cave. Okay. Oh, wait, it's different. Yeah. I had to tell you how to fix it. Yeah.
Is this where those copies of me came from?
Oof. Oof. Bunch of sacks. Haha. Afrons. The Megama seed absorbed the memories all life within its reach. Did I read this already? It seems to be worthwhile account of the memories that compromise this realm do not strictly reflect reality. Those only who are attuned to the my seat in life retain control of their faculties. Okay. Yes, my physical body is got absorbed by the Mega Seat, and yet I do not despair, for this fate has granted me fascinating insights. All those years have continued to strive. They are not for nothing. The memories, the consciousness, understanding, and knowledge I accumulated in life have transferred here to the Mega Seat, where it serves as a source of power within this realm. Okay. Of course, it's highly prefer. I'm just gonna skim through it. Rosemary. Okay. The possibility of manipulating and reliving the consciousness stored within the Mega Seat. When the person inside the consciousness is stored and preserved, but over time becomes diffused and diluted, spread then throughout the Mega Seat and mixed with other consciousness and memories. Extracting and reassembling an individual who has thus diffused has proved a monumental effort. As an experiment, I decided to see what would happen if I used different individuals' consciousness to create an entity.
All this.
Okay. First aid. I had intended to duplicate Rosemary Winters, with the hope that a perfect replica might serve as a suitable vessel. However, the results were less than ideal. It would seem that some sort of interference is preventing me from creating a suitable replica. Instead, I have succeeded in making what is essentially a living doll. It resembles the real thing, yes, but it has no power. Such a pathetic husk could never prove suitable as a vessel. I will continue my efforts in hopes of discerning the source of this interference. Several hypotheses have come to mind thus far. 1. The fact that Rosa herself is still alive. 2. Some other actor within this realm. 3. A flaw in my method of production. None of these seems especially likely to be the sole reason, nor are any of them easy problems to solve. Perhaps my best hope is to somehow bring Rose into this realm. Were she to offer herself as the vessel, it would be so simple. Me? Offer myself? Oh my god. Additional observation. Further experiment with these Rose copies, as I take into calling these hulks, have yielded another interesting wrinkle to pursue. When the subject is situations evoking extreme terror, they usually begin to express some semblance of Rose's ability. This warrants more research, and I think that my first creation, the Mask Duke, is just one to perform this stress test.
Couldn't have been watching me the entire time.
Stress test. There's so much reading. Oh my god. It was saying that at some point. Wait, did I read this? No, I didn't. Okay. This intruder was none other than the fairly Evelyn. Aha! Okay. I see. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. A water bottle. Like a little bit of water left. This intruder was none other than the fairly Evelyn, who has been running about reenacting her own pitiful agenda, which has led to a slight disruption in my own plans. Had Evelyn not interfered, Rosemary Winters would have been one on the verge of despair, dispossessed of her will to live and her mutamicete powers. Instead, a new passion burns within her. I shall have it extinguish it. Okay. Extinguish it. Handgun ammo? Is that everything here? Okay. I love lore. I love lore. So he's trying to recreate. Oh, Rose. But Evelyn.
There's that feeling again.
Interfered.
So strong. It must be the crystal.
That pull I've been feeling is close, but I just can't go any further. I thought I had made it when I saw that blue light But no, not quite. If only I'd been braver, faster, stronger. So close. I was so close. Oh my god, he's getting blue balled.
Michael.
Speaking of water, have you seen the vid of Osmond Gold drinking water for the first time? You know what? I have not. But I have seen that video of him like showering.
It's through here.
For like his Sobadon. which I thought was like pretty hilarious. Black God, which lives in the US. Oh, in the US. Which lives in us. Oh my god. In which we live. Created for us a new world. As befits your will, your dark consciousness holds us for a second chance, graciously offered and joyously accepted. You drink the blood of the lost lamb as it falls upon your darkened earth, not to destroy it, but to preserve, and once again deliver into your life.
This is some twisted shit.
Sheesh. Okay. Anything? Okay. Am I ready to fight her? Or whoever I'm fighting? Who am I fighting?
This one's the real deal.
Am I just gonna grab the crystal?
It's working.
The real crystal.
Oh my god. Is this what normal feels like?
Is that Mother? Am I gonna fight Mother? Oh my god, am I gonna fight Mother? No way.
Rose, I've waited so long for you.
Who are you?
My name is Miranda.
What?
You had become so powerful. Far too powerful for me to subdue directly. So, I had to lure you into this realm so that you might willingly relinquish your powers.
No, but Kay said...
Did he? Or did I? That Kay was an illusion.
Oh my
Very
god!
convincing, wouldn't you say?
No way.
Now you can become the vessel for my Eva!
Jesus Christ, Mother!
Rose, run!
Ethan, you pest!
Go!
Go, Rose, go!
Manifest. He can't save you, Rose! No one can. Rose!
Rose, hurry!
Oh my god!
You can't escape! Not
Oh my god!
from me!
How is he running so fast? How is he running so fast?
Dad, wait, hold up. Is it really you?
How is he running
right
so
now you need to
fast?
run.
What the heck? Ethan, you didn't run that fast when I was playing you. What the heck? What the heck, Ethan? Jesus Christ. He's a grown man with respect. I'm just saying. Oh my god, he's zooming out of there.
Thanks.
Oh my
Why didn't you tell me who
goodness.
you really were? Why'd you let me call you Michael?
I didn't want to complicate things. I just needed you safe.
Oh my god.
And I'm sorry I left you alone. But I had to find a way out.
She's running so slow too. Okay, Rose.
And I did.
Run faster.
It's just ahead.
Even your dad could run faster than you.
Rose!
Jesus Christ. Is he gonna save her again? Oh, mommy long arms.
Get away.
Shotgun him. Ah, I knew it.
Stay away from my family. Rose.
Stay away from my wife. Oh my god. It's crazy. Keep my daughter's name out of your mouth.
Ethan, persistent as always.
Dad!
Rose, now's your chance. Go live a normal life. Make friends. No one will ever call you a freak again.
But...
Rose, just
Oh.
go!
Oh, Ethan! Oh my god!
I love you.
He's
but I
fighting
need to
her
know
again.
You're safe. So please, just...
Ethan, you insolent pest!
I got this. Get out of here.
Freaking go, Rose! Go! Was she supposed to do that? Oh, we're gonna fight Mother Miranda?
Don't worry, Dad. I've got this.
He's
You
already
think
dead.
Powers will allow you to stand against me in the
Oh my
heart of my
god.
domain.
I hated fighting her.
How intent you were on my
Oh, okay.
throwing them away.
ADE?
I think you just
ADE?
might.
ADE? What the hell? Okay.
This is and even if you
Control?
weren't,
Absorb?
what would be the point? You can save your father. You are of two
Fuck.
different
Wrong button!
worlds.
Control, okay. So many new buttons I didn't learn! What the heck? Okay.
Offer yourself unto me.
Okay, how the fuck do I Okay. I have to do it sooner. Time it. Okay!
There's nothing.
Oh god! Dodging is so hard!
This will also mean
Can I use this on her?
why suffer needs.
I can't dodge! Oh my god. Okay. See, rally rolls.
How
Power
about this?
to a massive mechanism attack. Kamehameha? Oh my god, Kamehameha? Oh!
There's no shades.
Oh god, okay.
Do you understand what you're doing?
Okay! I gotta kill myself.
I won't let you do this.
How do you possess such
Okay,
power?
okay, I got it, okay.
Let's see.
Basically,
this power.
accepting being a freak to save her dad. Ah! Ah! Okay. I see.
Don't resist. It took so much to lure you, but you're incredible. Well worth the effort.
You might change your mind when I put an end to your plans.
Come! Be by my side!
Oh god. Where is she?
You will fall!
Okay.
cultivate in this world within the Mega Mycete to resurrect my soul.
Come on, give me orb! Oh fuck. Give me orb, come on!
How many vessels of
Oh shit.
have the power to return? That is why it must be you. You are the only one who can bring her back to me. Whatever it takes, whatever I must do, I will see this.
Oh god.
You!
Oh god. That was a close one actually.
Your time is up.
She dead?
Nope. Let's see you dodge this.
What is this? Do you still not see? There is no happy ending.
Says the Wicked Witch at the end of her reign.
What's this?
If you're gone,
oh,
nothing changes. Your suffering will never end.
Okay. How the heck did I dodge this? Oh my god, oh god!
You just won't give up. You really are. That stubborn light that shines inside you makes you the perfect vessel.
Oh god! Where is she? Where is she? Where's mother?
Impossible!
Oh.
I shall finish this. There is no victory.
Phase 3? Holy crap!
Finally!
Holy crap!
My struggle comes to fruition.
Rose! Over here!
Dad!
I got this! I got this!
Use this. Take her down.
What is this? It's the power of fatherly love.
Oh, I will.
Return and yield your strength to me! So much power! You truly would have been the perfect vessel for my Eva!
I'm not a goddamn vessel. Not some stupid copy. I'm me, Rose. And you're done.
How long is this dialogue? My Eva! Wowzers. Damn, imagine getting tricked by Mother Miranda twice? Well, like father, like daughter, right?
You're so grown up now. And even though I wasn't there with you,
Miranda was just obsessed with trying to revive her dead daughter. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I mean,
I
I
couldn't protect
understand.
you.
I never knew Ethan was blonde though.
Done.
Was he always blonde?
Not this time.
I thought he was like
You lost your
brunette.
I'm so sorry.
No. It was my choice. And I don't regret it one bit. If I had left you, then we never would have had this chance to talk.
Oh, you just played in first person through the game. You know, you're right. You're right.
So it's okay.
I just never see his face. I mean, I still don't see his face. Like this entire DLC, never once have I seen his face.
I'm so proud of you.
They keep cutting it off like that. That's what I'm saying. They just won't show his face. They cut it off again. Why are they doing that?
Too, Dad. I'm back.
I don't know. It's kind of funny though.
I'm back.
Oh, his wedding ring.
Dad.
Oh my god. Yeah, I had one too many melatonin Flintstone gummies. Oh my goodness. Gonna get
Do you
really
think the little
sleepy
boy
here.
will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon. It's too far away.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then you can touch it, but it'd be very, very cold.
You were being silly. I don't think the moon feels like
It does. But it...
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday. Sorry I missed last week.
Yeah, I remember this
I have a lot
scene.
of tests coming up. You know how it is.
And then that one officer, I don't know who he is, that one agent came and pick her up, and then he jokingly calls her Evelyn.
Duty calls.
Eveline.
I love you.
That guy. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Oh, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
But everything that you just played happened before this scene. I see that.
We have a clear shot. Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
Yeah, just a kid that has like powers, brother.
You're a lot like him, you know?
I know.
Manhandle him? Yeah. I mean, she was literally fighting demons in her mind. Why would you want to mess with a person like that? That's risky. Wow, wowzers. Okay, I'm still curious on who's that freaking person walking on the road. Wow, wow, wowzers, wow. Wow. You know, great DLC. Wow. Honestly, this could have been like a whole other game by itself. Toshi, it was worth it. Yeah, it was great. It was great. It was pretty long too. 4 hours? It took me 4 hours to finish it. Damn. That's the person who ordered the Uber. That's the person who missed the bus. The bus that dropped off Rose. Is there a scene after this? Can I skip this? Standard. 3 hours 11 minutes. Sheesh. Is it gonna give me a grade? No? No grade? Wow. Great game! Great game! Great game. Shadows of Rose. Great game. It's just the DLCs are probably not. I see. You know what? 4 hours? This is a great time to end my stream, right, guys? Right? And now you're caught up on the RE series? Yeah. Are they gonna make another one? Are they gonna make a new one? Or like another, like Resident Evil 9? Right, this is 8, right? Resident Evil 9? No, right? Eventually, I'm sure. Damn. If not 9, then I would love a remake of 5. Went to the aquarium this weekend, but I didn't stay long. There's something fishy about that place. So welcome, man. Bloopy, Pion. Welcome. Please tell me if I'm saying your name right. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. You came right when I'm about to end. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the head pass. Oh yeah! I just finished the DLC. I'm just about to end. I think I saw a post of 5 having a remake. Really? Yeah, I think like 5 is the only one that, besides 1, 5 is the only one that doesn't have a remake, right? Or like, is it like quote unquote higher quality? You know? It's fine. At least I landed a joke. That's great. Great joke. You wanna hear a really funny joke though? I have a joke for you. What do you call a bee that harvests milk? So I'm already laughing because it's so funny. What? Boobies. Get it? Bees that harvest the milk. Boobies, you know? Yeah, because, you know, booba. It's great. I love it. It's such a great joke. I love it. My favorite joke ever. Amazing. Great joke. Wow, Shen, you're so funny. What a funny person. God, I love myself. I don't know what to laugh. You laughing with a joke? Why not both? Why not both? Is there somebody I should... Ooh. Should I raid someone? Who should I raid? Oh, let's raid Evan. Evan's been through my stream a couple times. But I've never been to one of her streams, so... Let's raid Evan. She's playing Honkai, so you guys know. If you guys want to stay, you can stay. But Blurb now. That is right. I have blurb, guys. I totally forgot. I got blurb like a couple days ago. And I finally yes. I know, Chaos. I know. You've been asking. Now I have it. Wow, setting it out, forgetting about it. You know, I have the mind of a fish. Yes. Alright, where is she? Where is Evan? Evan. Did she end? Oh, right here. Okay, she just started. Okay, she's playing Honkai Star Rail. Alright. Wait, she doesn't accept raids? What? What's going on? I can't raid her? What? Goldfish mine with a 5'11" height? Yeah, I'm definitely 5'11". Nice combo? Gnome? Gnome? You're calling me a gnome? Wait, I'm waiting, Chaos. I'm waiting. Should I just end it? Oh, I don't really have anybody else to... You know what? I'm just gonna end it. I don't have anybody else to like raid. Thank you for the 1 bit. Thank you for the 1 bit. I now have a nickname for you. A nickname? What's the nickname? Hey boogie oogie bam bam, let's go body body boom boom. Hey boogie oogie bam bam, let's go body body boom boom.
Emotional damage.
No, that's the nickname. No. Well, you know,
Give me a hell yeah.
That's a very well known nickname. Okay, Chaos, you're going mayhem on those sound alerts. Just end it. Alright, thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the raids, JJ. It is almost 2 AM for me, guys. This was a great DLC. I don't know what I'm gonna stream next. We will see. It's whenever. I don't know. I will finally go to bed. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you, Crimson, for coming. Thank you all for joining. Bye-bye. Maybe you'll wake up and become 4 flat. Okay, buddy. No. Bye-bye, Paul. Good night, Westro. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna be watching you guys all sleep.